has just made history. Hong Kong is Fiji's house.
Since 1976, Rugby Sevens fans have been making a pilgrimage here to Hong Kong. And after a 3-year wait, we are back to launch a brand new season of the HSBC World Rugby Sevens Series. The Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens returns to its Mecca, Hong Kong Stadium in So Kon Po, for the 44th edition of this famous event. It's a blockbuster new series with a record 11 men's events, 7 for the women, with 7 of those combined. Dubai and Cape Town next, before a welcome return to Hamilton and Sydney in the new year. LA and Vancouver in North America, and another visit here to Hong Kong. Singapore next, then Toulouse and London to decide our series champions. And real jeopardy at both ends of the table. The top 4 automatically qualifying for the Paris Olympics, whilst the bottom 4 will confront a race to avoid relegation, the likes we've never seen before. Defending series champions Australia are in Pool A here with New Zealand, Samoa and hosts Hong Kong. South Africa, they've never won the Hong Kong Sevens. They face France, Great Britain and series rookies Uruguay. Fiji are gunning for a 6th straight title here in Pool C. They face the USA, Spain and Japan. And last season's big movers, Argentina and Ireland, are in Pool D with Kenya and Canada. Well, back in August, Santiago, Chile hosted the tournament to decide which team would be promoted, and Uruguay emerged to become the newest core team on the series.
Uruguay, welcome to the greatest rugby club in the world.
Uruguay is a new team here in the tour, so we are very excited to be here. For the first time in the series, we went to the Challenger Series and we saw an opportunity, so we take it. We achieved the goal to be here, so we want to stay here. For me, it's very important to set a good mindset, to get a good behavior and set a culture for new generations, and it will be an identity for the long term. For Uruguay Sevens, stay here in the tour. At home, we feel all the fans tell us to make a history here, to stay where we are. The team is very excited to play. Hong Kong Sevens maybe is the best sevens in the tour, so we are very excited to be there in the stadium with all the crowd. So we set our goal to make history, and we will do anything to get that goal.
For Uruguay, this has been so great. It's going to be like something that strengthens all the union. Since we achieved the quality to the World Series, many things had changed. It's getting tougher. It's great that we can do that, because if not, it would be impossible to be competitive at this level. All the team is excited. The youngest are really amused of all. They've been here for the first time, the city, the lights, but most of all, we're so happy and so excited of playing with such good players and such a great tournament, and we're going to enjoy it and take advantage of this opportunity.
Yes, great to see another South American team join the elites of Rugby Sevens, but the Kings of Hong Kong are without question Fiji. 18 titles all time, including the last 5.
I got the phone call in December last year, which was fantastic, and then started in January this year, which has been a bit of a whirlwind ever since.
Well, it's been 126 days since they last played a 7 series match. Fiji have gold in Singapore.
The real focus this year for us was the Com Games and the World Cup. World Cup means as much, I think, to Fiji Rugby as Olympic gold and Commonwealth Games, and they hadn't won it for 17 years, since 2005. to being able to take that cup home was pretty fantastic. You know, and it's quite nice, I think, for us as a team to be able to give back to the nation, and we saw just the joy on their faces and the kind of energy it creates. So it has been a good start, but it means to say we've got to keep the momentum going now. We want to start to look at youth on the island, and also support. From my perspective, I'm keen to support local coaches and develop coaching as well, so that we create a really strong environment around us that hopefully builds the continued kind of consistency we need in being successful. I mean, at the beginning of the year, we kind of had a new look squad. We had a balance between experience and new, and through the year we've been developing the new. You know, I look towards trying to implement the players to bring a lot of the way in which they want to play and the style in which they want to play. And then I had my knowledge and experience around it. I guess them knowing that I experienced the game as a player, so there's a mutual respect in that regard. Fijians, you don't need to teach a lot about the game and how to play rugby. It's more around how we connect as a squad, how the culture that we develop. We just create that balance of wanting to be serious but then wanting to have fun at the same time, because when they're having fun, it's noted that that's the best time that they're learning and really getting stuck in. And outside of just the rugby area, I think it's so important that we do things that help strengthen us as a group, and we do a number of different things that help develop that bonding and that leadership. I think we can really pinpoint one area, which is their culture, and that's derived a huge amount from their faith in God. I think that connection and that spiritual connection is really important. You know, it adds to the way in which this team operates, and their belief mechanism and their kind of no fear approach, and it's something I'm in awe of when I see them connecting the way they do.
Yes, Ben Gollings, a former champion here as a player with England, now head coach of Fiji. It really is their home away from home, Hong Kong. 5 straight titles, most recently beating France in 2019. New Zealand are without a win here since 2014. Samoa went all the way back in 2010, and England with the famous 4 titles a little while ago. So much history. Okay, we are ready to get started with the live action here. We are off and running in Pool D. It's Ireland against Kenya, and to talk you through it, it's former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman and Rugby Hall of Famer Gareth Rees. Good evening, guys.
Good evening, Rupert. What a fantastic honour to be back in this iconic stadium. As you said, it's been 1,308 days since the cup was last awarded. But we're back here, and Hong Kong is buzzing. Really good. Ireland and Kenya going to start us off in this Pool D match here. Coming out of the tunnel. Obviously Friday night action here in Hong Kong, as is the tradition. That is what they're up against. Fiji have had their hands on it, all over it for the last 5 competitions. Can either of these teams challenge? The Irish flags are loaded up there, and Ireland had an amazing season last year, finishing 5th on the series, their best ever. Listen to that crowd as they come out. Ireland in their traditional green, Kenya in the white jerseys.
Well, a pleasure to be back, absolutely, Reece. And what about this Irish team? Last time they were here, they celebrated their golden ticket on the series. That will be in the back of their mind. Only 3 of them from that team, but those memories last long in the mind. Smiles on the faces, and it'd be elation to be back.
Yes, it was Ireland in this stadium in 2019, beat the hosts Hong Kong, earned them the right to be a core team on the HSBC World Series. There is Jeremy Rosier. He's going to be our referee in charge in the middle, the Frenchman. No stranger to the big stage and the HSBC World Series. And Yala, one of the key men for new coach Damien McGrath. So much potential in this side.
Captain.
And Harry McNulty, always a talisman. We're talking a little bit, but without Terry Kennedy, the star of the last few seasons. But it will be Kenya in the white jerseys to get us off. The 2022 Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens are underway. Ball's tapped back by the Kenyan side. Bundled into touch. Wakesa is pushed into touch, so Ireland have first possession.
And that's a great start from Kenya, albeit they're giving the ball back to Ireland. One of the main focuses for the Kenyans is trying to get the ball back, Reece. Get this, less than 10% of their restarts they're reclaiming, so well done initially, but then give the ball back to Ireland, and now we get to see them fly without their talisman, as you mentioned. Terry Kennedy will be a miss to any team, but they're going to have to step up this year without him, and they've still got the threat of Conroy out wide.
Sorry, Rob, referee just organizing the line out there. Good width. That one doesn't go to hand, though. Now Comerford just lets it go wisely. Doesn't risk the knock on. Good pressure midfield from the Kenyans. And they've won the penalty. Damien McGrath will be happy with that.
See, right, and off they go, Reece, on the right numbers there.
4-on-2 for the moment. Big bullocking run from the huge number 8, Herman Humwa. He needs to have some go forward. They have lost one of their weapons themselves in Otieno. The Buffalo is not here.
7 green outside.
Advantage midfield. Penalty against Ireland. They've got numbers right. Surely the hands will get it done. Short ball. Perhaps they've overcomplicated it. They've still got possession. Threatening the line there. Just 2 meters out. Ball on the ground, but picked up. And it is Humwa. He's driving, he's still on his feet. 3 meters short. They flood the open side. Coming around in pace, diving for the line. Saving, so Billy Odhiambo. Damien McGrath will be delighted with that start from the Kenyan team.
Well, I swear there's a smile there somewhere, because that's exactly what this Kenyan team need to do. Use their classic physicality. Look, Herman Humwa is attracting more green members than a windscreen going through this 22 for Ireland. He's like a magnet to them, and because of those inattention, the space out wide for Billy O. Familiar names for Kenya, and it's a result they will welcome.
So the red lights on the poles. There's the dive and the touchdown. Good presence to squeeze that ball hard, Rob.
Important thing, getting it over, getting it safe. Kenya not far off last year. We talked about them having a bit of a disappointing back end to the season, but nearly half of their losses were by less than 7, so they're in every game they're playing. It's just getting over the line and getting the big W.
Yeah, they started the season fairly well, but then ended up giving, on average, 20 tries an event for the second half of the season, and that doesn't keep you in the running for the HSBC World Series medals. Of course, in this famous tournament here, we still have the HSBC gold, silver, and bronze up for grabs. Oh, what a hit! Convincing and crushing tackle from Wakesa. Ireland, a hint of a gap through the middle. Now they've got it overlap. Simple hands. Jordan Conroy into space. One-on-one. He loves it. But good covering tackle again from Wakesa. What a start from the 22-year-old. He's been everywhere for Kenya. Floated pass. McNulty holds on to the fingertips. Onyala tackled. Ireland very comfortable with ball in hand, not afraid to put the phases together. One of the attributes of their game, as we said, 5th on the series last year. A record finish for them, obviously. Good team play. 2-on-1 for the moment, and that 44, the delayed ball. Conroy didn't fancy it. Now he's going midfield. He's turning on the gas, but he's brought down just over the 22. 4-on-2 for Ireland. Can they execute? In the corner, all the way. Great team play and great team try for Ireland. In the end, it's now Comerford who touches it down.
Well, I tell you what, the Irish will be loving that try, but they will be managing their bruises. Some almighty collisions coming in those last phases of play. The Kenyans are putting some shots in. Roach with the drawn pass, he takes one to make one. And Comerford gets over. But these hits are coming from everywhere. Conroy finds that gap with inside, gets reeled in by Humwa, who takes a bit of a knock himself. But the physicality of these Kenyans is frightening.
Well, the conversion to come, and take a look at the posts if you're new to Hong Kong Sevens. They'll let you know if it's green or red. And there go the green lights. So the excellent conversion from the far sideline gives Ireland the 2-point lead.
Brilliant stunt from Ireland. They need their points against this Kenyan team, and the kicking is always exemplary from both Roach and Dardis.
Tackle complete there. Oh, Lindy did well with his lifter. Of course, this is Pool D action. Argentina and Canada make up the rest of this one. That match to follow here. All these sides keeping an eye. Oh, the blind side's open. Again, Wikesa very busy, asking questions all over the place. Keeping that ball alive, but it's spilled.
Oh, I feel like it was building there, Reece. Oyo just looked up to see who was coming for him. But there was plenty of space out wide. Frustrating for the experienced man in the middle. With this Kenyan team are bang up for it.
Yeah, Nelson Oyo in his 48th World Series event. Oh, you can see the frustration there. Okay, so just keeping him honest.
Blindside sneaks, good, isn't it? Plenty of space out there on the open side, but those 2 meters are just as effective down this near side. There's the pass. I mean, he should be taking that. It's the eyes off the ball. Not getting grip properly. Little thing, but he'll be disappointed. Over to defence now to try and make amends.
Irish possession, 50 meters out. Dropping the shoulder is Comerford. Tackle complete. And the extra roll, I think the supporting player, sorry, off his feet.
Again, it's a big thing referees look for, how players maintain their balance coming into the breakdown. Have to try and keep your feet is the language they use, so do keep an ear out for the referee's interpretation of it. Will help to best guide you. Not always as accurate as we like to be.
The Kenyans have lost the last 3 in this fixture with Ireland, and those penalties against Ireland are keeping Kenya in this one very much so. A half break from Billy Odhiambo, our try scorer. This time it's Kenya not releasing.
Tom Roach over the ball, solid skills. You see the tackle. Nice and low. That is textbook, isn't it? Talk about this with kids all the time, the lasso tackle. Tie up the shoelaces and then over the ball. That is brilliant stuff from Roach.
Now with the confidence of McNulty to leave that to his inside support.
It's all important, team play, massive part. Need to try and make it count for Ireland now, though.
Well, Comerford's taken on a bit of that Terry Kennedy role. He's dancing around midfield. Again, good width, good phase play from the Irish. Well, the veteran goes through the middle, happy to take contact, but they've been penalized again. So that's 3 penalties in a row against the run of play. Slow to regroup are the Kenyans. William Mbaka, the giant 32-year-old, goes for his first stroll of the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens.
How uncompromising is William Mbaka?
Well, Conroy picks up the loose ball, and that's dangerous if you're Kenya. The nose for the line. Jordan Conroy dancing for the line here.
Oh, you're welcome. Keep the camera on this guy. He's going to entertain everyone, both with and without the ball. It's just out and out raw pace. Talk about William Mbaka being uncompromised and just running over defenders. This guy will run through you. Brilliant pace, the balance, the poise. Definitely got to look bigger. See his upper body. He's been jamming some weights. And there's his bow.
Well, that's his 75th try on the HSBC World Series. The extras are added. So 2 converted tries for Ireland give them the lead over Kenya, 14 points to 5.
Around the contact zone. So let's just fucking pick your shoulder and go at it. So on that there, if you go down center right there, that's 5 minutes. 4 guys there. You need to hit.
Well, head coach Damien McGrath will be happy with that effort from his team. They'll be disappointed with that last late converted try. And James Topping, his side have done so much. Of course, that bronze medal at the Rugby World Cup of Sevens down in Cape Town in September. Remarkable achievement for this group. We are back at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens. We've started on a Friday night here. Pool D action. Damien McGrath's team scored first, but 2 converted tries by Ireland give them the lead at the moment. So good to be back. And a real buzz in the stadium. Very humid here, as it tends to be in Hong Kong. And that massive high hanging kick. 50-50 ball won by the Irish. Mark Roche spills it. Advantage being played to Kenya.
You can see what he's trying to do there, Roach. Talk about raw emotion for Mark Roche. He had the most horrific moment in Hong Kong 3 or 4 years ago, where it was a qualification game, dropped the ball over the line. So for his resolve and fortitude to come back here, be in this environment now as a core team, especially after the year they've had, that is a special moment for him. You've got to really tip the hat for him for that.
Yeah, incredible scenes here over the years for Ireland, trying to get that core place. And then, of course, they went one further at the 2021 Olympic repechage in Monaco, defeating France. Again, the Irish up to it. Conroy with a big tackle there. Good refereeing here from Rosier. He's letting the players decide it. Ambitious run there from Oyu. Yeah, the counter ruck, Irish players off his feet.
Side entry 44.
That's where the Kenyans have to try and use this advantage they're getting at the breakdown. That was Lennox giving that one away.
Use it.
The Kenyans just can take a bit of pace off it, just control it themselves. But that's not a great thing to do, not make touch.
Took too much pace off it and he's mistouched. So the rest of his team will be disappointed with that, and it gives Ireland a great opportunity as they're slow to get up in defense. The Kenyans take away the middle.
Extra hold.
Extra roll from Kelly. That is savage.
Quick tap for Kenya, looking to get back in this one. Down 9 points here in the second half.
Obstruction on white.
I mean, that should be a yellow card. Absolutely every intention that he knew what he was doing there.
Taking the space.
So Rob Brickman, you think that's a professional foul, the obstruction?
Totally. Look at that as well. 7 penalties for Ireland now. And they're taking a scrum. Talked about keeping it tight, but the reason why they've got the decision is because of the penalty. And with that type of ascendancy, that close to the line, you cannot come in from where he came in from and then play the ball.
I was just going to say, referee Rosie doesn't have the benefit of the stats that we all saw at home there, 7 penalties, but I think he just got a word in his ear. So he does have support from upstairs, and maybe the yellow card will be coming out if the Irish infringe here. 10 meters out from their line. Kenya into space. One-on-one battle now in 15 meters. Conroy's up for it. He makes the tackle on Oyu. Coming short. Lots of chatter out there. Steps inside one. Does Olindi. Again, the debutant gets it out wide. Quick hands, up on his toes. Can he get the ball down? Billy Odhiambo with his second.
Well, that is banging on the door for the Kenyans, so close to the Irish line. Commendable defence from the men in green, but just too much strength from the big Kenyans using that East African force. The chop tackles get him down, but there's just too much space out wide. And snap even, the PA saying they've got the power.
Well, there's 5 on the board and 2 extra. So just 2 points of difference now. Kenya down.
Said how close it is. They're getting games. They get right into the mixer. Just half of them been lost by 7 points or less. But the crucial stat for them this year is restarts. You cannot win sevens on the back of less than 10% regain.
Billy O, seeing he got his start in Port Elizabeth back in 2013. Rob, you were still playing. It was that long ago.
Not as you weren't, Reece. That would be a serious while ago.
So the Irish looking to respond. Just less than 3 minutes in the second half here in the first match of the day. Some big hits from both sides. The referee's called a knock-on, even though it's gone backwards. I guess it's knock-on against the Irish.
That was sneaky.
I took my decision.
Well, Ed Kelly's certainly not happy with it. For those who perhaps know the terminology, you're not allowed to play the scrum half. So if the scrum half picks the ball up, you're not directly allowed to play them. But because he took a step, it then becomes fair game. So take a look here. The pick, the pass, but that extra step means that Oyo was absolutely within his rights there. That is astute from the Kenyan.
Yeah, I think that's great interpretation too. I'm not sure if Topping agrees, but it will give the Kenyans ball in hand with just over 2 minutes to play. Argentina and Canada coming up next in this pool. Big steal against the head for Ireland. They now have control of this match. Up to, oh, a scything run right through the middle. Great opportunism from Jordan Conroy. And we just missed a celebration.
Jordan Conroy, with the threat he's got out wide, can always go back through the middle. This is why he's so dangerous, ball in hand. The check, you think he's going to go around, then go straight through the middle. And as he does, wearing the number 7, this is going to be his celeb all day, isn't it? The line break, the pace. And check this out, Cristiano. I'm coming for you.
Hey! Jumping for joy here in Hong Kong. Jordan Conroy knows his team is up by 7 with this conversion. Make it 9. That kick goes straight into touch. Will come all the way back. 40 seconds is an eternity in the Sevens game. Slow to get the ball back though. They've lost 10 seconds there.
Match 1, week 1, Reece. We've already seen a contender for celebration of the year.
Jordan Conroy never fails to entertain. Tabu working back. We need something quickly, do the Kenyans.
No hands now.
Good width now, but seconds ticking away. There's the gong that we have here in Hong Kong. We're into the red numbers. Kenyan possession. A positive start from them, just the wrong side of this score. And the brilliance of Jordan Conroy, to be fair. Good late drop, coming hard as Billy Odiambo looking for his hat trick, but he's brought down. The arriving player.
Obstruction on the support.
Obstruction against Ireland. The game won't end on a penalty, of course. Still powering hard is the debutant, George Oruru. Great moment for him to get his first game for Kenya. Sevens in Hong Kong. His first trip outside of the country. Hopefully more for him this weekend. And guess who gets his hands on? Oh, that was an awkward fall.
Now back, one.
Ireland, obviously with pool play here, points difference can come into it. As we mentioned, Argentina and Canada to come after this. And this is why you keep playing. Great work. The chase is on. All the way. Jack Kelly off the bench, fresh legs. A huge try for Ireland, and will that be important as we get the calculators out tomorrow afternoon here in Hong Kong?
I imagine it will be, Reece, and it's always tight against Kenya, but this has been a brilliant performance by Ireland, who've given away 8 penalties as well. This guy, I've got him highlighted, one of the stars of this team, very uncompromising, the hardest worker, along with Harry McNulty. And Jack Kelly has got this trajectory of his performance that is soaring, and it's continuing to be the case already this season.
Long way from Dublin University here to the Mecca. Hong Kong Sevens, he almost spilled it, but he got it down. 2 more for Ireland, and a convincing first victory for Ireland over Kenya.
Guys.
Well, smiles all around for Jordan Conroy. And the Irish team that win this one 28 points to 12. Handshakes all around. Of course, Rob, you played in this event many times. The Friday night, you get one fixture here in Hong Kong to start off your weekend.
Yeah, you whet your appetite, Reece. Exactly that. You know what's coming. The crowd's going to filter in after work. It's building here nicely. 4 o'clock local. This party is just getting started.
Well, there is the quick pool and lots more rugby to play for here. But Ireland, importantly, putting 28 points up on the board. The crowd starting to build here in Hong Kong. All the precautions taken here for COVID. Great to see. And now let's go down pitch side for an interview.
Yeah, Jordan, tell me about that game, but more importantly, tell me about the celebration after your score.
I just thought, you know, if we were going to get the win, we wanted to come all guns blazing. So I said, since it's the first match of the season, I said I'd, you know, celebrate that, and what better way to do it with a backflip.
Let's talk about the game against Kenya. They came at you very hard. It was a very tough one.
Yeah, we expected we were going to come with a lot of physicality and a lot of pace. So we had to brace ourselves for that. And as well, you know, first game, first season, it was probably one of the most important ones. And we worked hard and, you know, we played to stick to our systems and we got the win, which is very important.
And last one for you, what's it like being back in Hong Kong?
Oh, you know, it's been 3 years and literally just memories flooding back when we kind of qualified for the World Series and everything. I mean, it's good to be back and I can't wait to be back again in April.
Well, congrats, buddy. Get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you, lads.
Well, Jordan Conroy summing up, I think, how a lot of the players feel. Great to be back. And the man who always prepares his celebration, he knows he's going to get some tries. Next Pool D match, Argentina and Canada. Argentina with an incredible season last year, right down to the last day of the season. They were in for a chance to lift the season trophy. They didn't quite get it done. And for the Canadians in their traditional red jerseys, a team that's 1 year older, 1 year a bit more stubborn from their head coach Henry Paul, and very much aware that relegation is in play this year. And they will want to perform much better than last year when they finished 14th on the series.
And there's one of the stars we will be witnessing, Marcos Moneta. Watch out for him, electric in the game of sevens. I actually like the idea of these two teams, very similar in terms of their desperation and dedication of how they play the game. Very resilient bunch, and they're going to be taking chunks out of each other.
Well, this man will be keeping an eye on the chunk taking. Ben Breakspear, the Welshman, making sure it's all fair and square. As we heard from Conroy there from the previous match, all these teams aware of the importance to have a very good start to the weekend and the season indeed, Rob.
And with that, Reece, consistency, massive part as well. Both of these teams can have established squads. We feel Canada really got that. They've got some really good upcoming stars, but it's that next level to take them on performance-wise that they need.
Well, Gaston Revol fittingly gets us underway. Good tap back from the Argentinians, and they are off and running, attacking the men in red. Tucking under his arm is Asadzu. Revol shifts it wide. A bit of a high pass, but well gathered by Iskro. Still going, and there's the pace. The danger man slamming it down with the right arm, Marcos Moneta.
We've seen number 7 for Ireland get his trademark going early. This guy, number 13, Marcos Moneta. A real start of this game. He's got it all, but it's the pace that makes him so separate. Lovely restart, competed well. Argentina, one of the best in that area. Love the kicking game, all decent footballers, but this is just raw speed.
There's the pace. Conversion just falls short under the bar, but Moneta, your World Rugby Player of the Year in 2021, 7th Player of the Year, starts this season in incredible form.
Imagine he might clock a few of them by the end of his career, Reece. That is how good he is.
Again, a 50-50 kick, again won by the Argentinians. Webster putting in a tackle, but this possession, Canada yet to hold the ball. And again the pace. Finding a hole in that Canadian defense is Luciano Gonzalez. Second try for Argentina.
We talk about the guile and effort of Moneta on one side. This guy is a pit bull. Gnarled, aggressive, ferocious. The sidestep here on Teal is a thing to behold, and then the pace as well. There's a couple of wonder tries flying around the rugby circles online from their Gallagher Premiership in the UK, and their sevens players equally as adept. Broken field is a canvas for them to create some pretty special artwork.
Conversion this time is good. And Rob, we talked about the importance of the kickoff. Last season, Argentina, the best team on the series, won 34% of their restarts. They were 100% in this game, but so crucial to getting possession.
It is, as you can see, it's just relentless. This accuracy of the kick, the claim in the air, they're so hard to get the ball back from, and then when they've got it, as we've already seen, threats right across the pitch.
Well, Gaston Revol is the architect of the kickoff possession through his right boot, 35 years young. With 89 tournaments under the belt, just challenging a few of your old mates in Rodwell, the leader for the HSBC World Series, Dan Norton and Phil Mickelson from New Zealand.
Yeah, and imagine, without COVID situation as well, they'd be up there in the 100, wouldn't they? He'd be a centurion of sevens events, and there's no reason why, the way that Revol is going, he might get there as well. The Wolverine used to call him. It's like a little, I say little, he is quite small, but very much of a dog mentality.
Of course, he's beaten Phil Mickelson. It's Tim Mickelson. He's chasing.
He's defected, ignore him.
And he's working the blind side. Incredible scenes in Vancouver at the Canada Sevens. Their first win on the series in 13 years. And Argentina are off and running again, and it's the Canadians who are paying the price, stepping out of the tackle. Great leg lift from Matthias Atsuk. Third try for Argentina, clinical stuff.
And when you get the restarts, you get the possessions, you combine that with the power guile of Moneta and Gonzalez, and then throw in a little bit of Atsuk, Rookie of the Year once upon a time. This guy is flourishing. Very different style, rangy, big strider, big runner. And you can see why this Argentinian team were one of the most consistent. 5 medals across the year last year. They just love possession.
As I mentioned off the top, they were 4th in the series, but right up to the last day of action on the HSB series in Los Angeles, they had a chance to lift the trophy. Didn't go their way, of course. It was the Australians who won last season, but so much heart. You saw the emotion when they won their first event, and they have been ruthless here. And again, they have their hands on the ball. Canada can do nothing here. They have not held the ball in possession. There's a first touch. Teal chasing it through, trying to make something happen for his team. Moneta nudges it back, gives himself time and space, which is a dangerous thing. He went for the chip through. He got a lucky second bounce, and he's off and running. Ishuat's going to give chase. But Marcos Moneta, one of the many pacemen on the Pumas Sevens team, gets the try.
Well, some form of remorse from Ishuat as he clattered Moneta, and fair play to him for running back, but this guy, Marcos Moneta, started kicking the ball back to his own try line, and such his ability putting the ball on his foot, learnt through hard practice and the tutorage of his coach, one of the best at it, Gomez Cora. He gets in behind, and then the pace kicks in. You cannot stop pace in any game of rugby, and this guy's got it in spades.
Well, the man from Okotoks, Alberta, made sure he paid for it. Moneta perhaps lucky on his initial kick, as he said, it bounced up to him. They're going to add 2 more, so Moneta's getting a bit of a breather after putting 2 big tries on the board. And Rob, to your comment, those are kicks in play when they're attacking kicks, and that one, he got his hands on it. Finally, Canada, through Brock Webster, have their hands on the ball. They need something in the last minute of this first half, down 26 points to 0. Teal, the playmaker, the talisman, squares up. Big defense from Argentina. Ishuat loops around. He's a pretty versatile player for Henry Paul's team. There's Brock Webster. Great offload from him. A good cover from the Pumas through Revolt, getting right across to the far sideline. Canada, the first possession they've had. A crushing tackle from Hudzuk. And Canada holding on. This half isn't over. Quick hands. Unmarked out wide, but they can't get him the ball. It was Rossetto. Canada's got it. They need something. Russell's off and running. Alex Russell, a man from Chichester via McGill University. Team the Redbirds have just made their National University Championship. Gongo thinks twice about shipping that one out wide. Canada having to work very hard in their own end here. Crucial they get something to end this half. Webster created a hint of an overlap but spilled it forward. Sudzuk's got it, and this half is not over. Some tired bodies out there. The inside pass to the substitute. He's tripped up. Is it after the kick? Legally? Yes, says our referee. And that will do it. So Ben Breaksby, our referee, has had enough. Alex Russell and the Canadians have barely had their hands on it. Rodrigo Iskro and the Pumas 7 are up 26 points to 0 over Canada. Well, supreme confidence from Santiago Gomez Cora. Man, they're blowing a little bit here. It's because they've been running in tries the length of the field.
I think you nailed it there, Reece. You just didn't have the ball. And when you look at the scoreline, you're 26-0 down. You had the ball for about 20 seconds in that first half. It's relentless, but what really makes Argentina fearful is how they are without the ball. That desperation that they have with it is equally matched. That's why they've been so consistent in their performances, and that's why they're a very settled bunch.
This iconic stadium starting to fill up. Teams have been coming here since 1976 to play sevens rugby. Still the Mecca. Welcome back to the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens. We're back. It's been 3 years, but we're playing sevens again. Canada are in a hole here in their first match of the day. It's Friday evening in Hong Kong. We've already seen Ireland get, with the first match of the day, get a victory. And Argentina very much in command of this one.
Canada certainly are in a hole. The shot of light is this restart. They need to get some ball. Demolishing that first half. Argentina were just relentless.
And it's Pellandini. The subs are on now. He's got his hands on it. Running laterally is Gonzalez. Oh, and sitting down, the Canadians just plowing over the top. Webster does just enough to knock it out of his hands.
There's genuine fear in the crowd when Gonzalez runs towards them, like it's a bull in the ring going to try and jump the sides.
Look at the intensity in that man's eyes. You know.
He is intense. Santi in the shade. There's a naughty boy step. Yeah, a little bit of a disciplinary issue for him to now be in the background, but he's a curator wherever he is, and he must be sitting back applauding the way that first half went.
That is Argentinian head coach Santiago Gomez Cora. Great player and very good coach. Canada, coached by another incredible player, Henry Paul, won the title 3 times here in Hong Kong. One of the stars of that team. Half of the coaches here seem to have played in that England domination in the early 2000s. Friday and a few others. Canada looking to create something in Gongo. Sorry, that is Josiah Mora who spills it forward. Advantage being played to Argentina. Fraga. I'm going to come back for the original knock-on.
We get a very exciting player coming on for Argentina now. We saw Lazazu, number 12, the rangy runner in Dubai. He ended up in the dream team in his first ever effort. He is another one like Moneta. Young, enthusiastic. I think he's had to be a little bit grounded, which is a polite way of saying reined in a bit. But in terms of attributes of Sevens player, this guy is going to be something very special.
At 20 years old, 6'4", 91 kgs, so he's got the frame. Argentina, of course, had just come off winning the South American Sevens Championship, part of the South American Games. They defeated Chile. Uruguay got the bronze down there. A couple of the youngsters were brought into the team from that effort. Rossetto and Devajan, their first taste of the gold medal there. Oh, this is too easy. Argentina wearing down the Canadian defense, working the fringes. Good chase all the way across from the debutant Cal Sager, but it won't be enough. And another try for Agustin Fraga and Argentina.
It's casually strolling back. Just clocked up, what, 60 metres in Hong Kong's sapping turf. And it's the balance he possesses, beats the first one, cruises, and then this little bit of confidence, has a look around, gets the old cheeks blowing, and that little subtle change of direction means he can glide in. He knows exactly where the camera is as well, Reece.
Well, the guile of this Argentinian team is clear, as we said, fighting for the title right to the end last season. But the pace on display, you mentioned it earlier, there is legit pace in the likes of Iskra, Gonzalez, Moneta, and these youngsters coming up as well. I don't think they had a chance to get that kickoff. They took their 32nd time. We heard the gong. Not that it's going to really matter in this one. Long kick, he's overcooked it. Canada will have possession midfield.
That's way out. A little bit of indecision as to what was happening. Revel went off, then came back on. And by that time wasn't able to get his hands on the ball for the kick. So hopefully see a little bit of Canadian possession, because this is an absolute pummeling.
Yeah, it's not been good. Argentina did win by 21 last year at the London Sevens in Twickenham, but Canada were able to upset them in Toulouse, so they can beat this side. And as we said off the top, it's a Canadian side after wholesale changes post-Olympics that have a year of experience under their belt, and Henry Paul will be expecting more than this from them.
He will, and I think that was always the look we kind of saw on the sideline, that it was a spirited performance by Canada, but it was the head down, head shake, because just not quite stepping up that level. I mentioned about how similar these two teams play. They do in terms of their traits, but that ability that this Argentina has just puts them way ahead. The foundation for Canada is their effort levels they put in, but when they don't have the ball, they're looking frail. Defensively, last year they were exposed, and it's been the same again in this game, not able to stop the significant firepower of the Argentinians.
They're not the best preparation for Henry Paul, as some of his players were away on 15s duty down in Brazil, playing against Chile and Brazil. Many of their players doing double duty, Brock Webster, Josiah Mora amongst them. There's a good tackle from Cal Sager. Canada not securing possession. There's a tackle. Finally, some physical presence from the Canadians, but still threatening. Going out wide. Thomas Lizazu.
It's just brilliant to see. It's all arms and legs. He's so long and rangy, but this stride that he's got, it's a one-on-one. It's difficult to stop him. Just check out how fast he changes direction. And by the time the stop-start happens, not a finger's laid on him. Sager can't go anywhere near him. 8-foot long arms, Reece.
Get away, and a little bit of a gesture here. Madawuro put in a massive tackle for Canada, but Iskra was barely phased, and he's kept the play alive. And that man got a big try.
The babyface assassin.
So last minute of play, it's been all Argentina, literally. Canada hoping to start a big weekend here. Of course, Canada's women play against England. And finally, a moment for Canada. They're off. Backing himself. Going hard is David Richard. Good to see him back from injury, but Owutu has been pushed into touch. First real incursion for Canada.
Well, first effort from Canada. And it looked, for all money, with the naked eye, that was a bit of wizardry. We saw a bit from Brock Webster last year. He had some nice touches, but this break, David Richard gets in behind, tries to keep that ball alive because he knows the touchline's coming, and throws it out the right blind, right in the gut.
Set piece, lineout's not straight, mercifully for Canada.
What a shame it comes to that. If you feel one of those offloads, you just want to bask in it for a while, wouldn't you?
The gong sounds, and that core of Argentinians has done a solid job here on Friday night in Hong Kong. Moneta started us off in fine fashion. Rosoni and the rest of the group kept relentless pressure on this Canadian team. Brock Webster, one of those players who does double duty for head coach Kingsley Jones's 15 side. Also with the Toronto Arrows of the Major League Rugby. Played 5 games last season. He's going to tap it, and this is really about pride and possibly something. Owutu falls on his back and he's stripped, and that will happen at this level. So it's all Argentina on a steamy Friday night here in Canada. The men in blue and white dominate. 36 points to 0 over Canada. Yeah, that was clinical work. Nice for Santiago Cormez, although he wasn't pitch side, but able to lead some of these young players.
You can imagine it's quite nice to stand back and watch it as well, you know, from a coach's perspective. There's so much chaos on the sideline that he can just really take that vista from the stand and take a look at these guys coming through. Lizazu going to be brilliant. Moneta again sensational. This Argentina team have put down a real marker in this first game. Don't want to get too far ahead, but already they're looking to match that consistency that set them aside last year. You'd think he'd be happier than that.
Santi's still not happy. Well, let's go pitch side as Santi says thumbs up for some reaction.
Marcos, to rack up a big score in your first game, how pleasing was that for you?
It was really good. Really happy to be back with the team. And so I came here to enjoy. I wasn't in the World Cup and in LA, so really happy for that and really happy for the win.
Yeah, and your head coach had to sit in the stands because he's been a bit of a naughty boy. How was that for you guys, having not having him on the sideline?
Of course, we missed him, Santiago, on the bench. He's the heart of the team, so he has to wait one match more to be with us. So we're waiting for that. But Leonardo Gravano, that is the other coach, also did a great job. So we are really chill having him there also.
And your first Hong Kong Sevens?
No, I debuted on 2019 here. My debut was here.
I'm very sorry. Your second Hong Kong Sevens.
Yeah.
How much do you like coming here?
Yeah, I really like it. I remember I debuted with Fiji here. Really tough match. But yeah, the people here is amazing. The stadium also. Really happy to be here.
Good first up win. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm pretty sure that isn't the last we'll be hearing of Marcos Moneta this weekend here in Hong Kong. That is the first 2 matches out of the way. Ireland and Argentina with victories. Now it gives me great pleasure to throw to Dallin Stanford and Zach Test, 2 great American internationals.
Thank you very much, Gareth Reese. Brilliant to be here. This is the Pool C fixtures. USA, Spain, Fiji, Japan are the 4 sides that compete in this exciting draw here at the brilliant Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong 7. So much to play for these sides this season. with the Olympic qualifications, top 4 that finish in the series for next season. Lots to go here. The United States will take on Spain. USA ranked 6th, Spain ranked 11th. Last time I was here was 14 years ago representing the USA. But Zach Test, my co-commentator here, you've been here 8 times playing for America. What's it like at this great event? Of course, head-to-head stats coming up first.
Yeah, there's nothing like the granddaddy of them all. That is the magnificent scenes of the Hong Kong Sevens. Like you said, I've been here 8 times, and what great memories here on this field. I mean, look at the spectacle that is this magnificent place, and there's a young side in this American coming out here. Perry Baker, speed stick, coming out leading this group, but a good experienced side in Spain. This is going to be one heck of a contest.
The Spanish side, they're without the retired Javier de Juan. They're led by Juan Ramos. The USA without Falau Nua, their most capped US player in history, the 2019 Series Dream Team in 2 Olympic Games. He's not here. Mike Friday's side without a handful of players, but I tell you what, we're not lacking here. It is color, it is the atmosphere, it's the Hong Kong Sevens. And here they come. Perry Baker leads up the United States, and Juan Ramos brings out Spain for this intriguing fixture. 1 game on Friday for all these sides. Baker, the speed stick, as he's known, 36 years of age, 57th tournament, and the rest of his squad just has over 60 tournaments represented amongst them. Los Leones from Spain, led by their coach, Pablo Feju, gearing up for this Pool C fixture. The USA in white, 4 debutants in their side, where Spain have played here before. Referee for this one, Craig Chan, representing the Hong Kong Rugby Union. Brilliant to see him here in the middle. Cody Melfi
Stay behind you, away from a whistle.
getting ready to go just after 4:30 Eastern Time in the United States.
Red,
After 8:30 in the morning in Spain.
Red.
Welcome to day 1, match 1 for these 2 brilliant countries. Spain on the left to receive, the United States on the right. And we're underway for the first stop of 11 on the 2023 HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. Melfi pops this one to his left-hand side. Big jump from David, still leaps in the air. Player from the American Raptor, he's knocked this on, so an early start here will give possession to Spain.
Yeah, the US prides himself on the restarts. David still goes up there, gets his 2 hands on the ball, just can't catch it cleanly. Little dewiness here on this Friday night here in Hong Kong.
Stability, clear hook.
The big aerial battle, such an important fixture in this short conversion. So Spain recorded a 16-point victory against the USA in the last meeting in London. They have not won back-to-back games since 2013-2014. Bolinches goes on the outside. Fires a nice ball to Paul Pla. We know how he can motor. Pla, 70 tries to his name. All-time records for Spanish rugby. Up the middle, they cut up here to the Spanish side. Led by Jojo Ceres. Number to the left-hand side, but a big spot hit coming in. They keep it alive to Manu Moreno with offside advantage.
White 8 offside.
Juan Ramos runs to the mark. He taps and goes quickly. The playmaker shifts it back to the right-hand side. Eduardo Lopez finds Ceres. Good support here from the Spanish side as they build strongly. Lopez again gets it away. Ramos can't connect with his man, but still a bit of space here for Paul Pla. Draws 2 tacklers. One of those is Marcus Tupuola. Now down the short side. Ramos, a little bit of space. It closed. As they build the pressure. One-handed ball, though. That was not needed for Pablo Feju's side. And all of a sudden, the United States, after defending for the last couple of minutes, have possession with Tupuola. And from Belmont Shore, Longreach, California, Pines is captain Perry Baker. One-handed flick to AC. Aaron Cummins with a dummy up midfield. He goes, a 25-year-old. He's strong and powerful. Featured in the Premier Sevens in the United States. New professional competition there. David Still. He throws a dummy and gets the fend. David Still picked up rugby over a year ago. And this kid can jam. He gets the first score for America in Hong Kong.
The former Detroit Lion in the NFL shows his power and pace here in the opening 3 minutes of this game. Yeah, a little stop-start understands that little dummy, and he uses that big, powerful fend that he's got in his arsenal. Good start for the U.S. here in the first opening 3 minutes. They held the wave of the Spanish attack and then put the ball in the big man's hand, and look at him go get the first 5 points of this game.
Well, he's proven that a crossover academy can work in America. So many players who haven't grown up with the sport but can pick it up in a short space of time. 5-0 with conversion going to the side. Such a big body, isn't he?
Yeah, he is 6'4", all of 250 pounds, a very hard man to stop when he gets motoring.
Practicing dummy as well there on that occasion from David Still. They were the American Raptors out of Fitton Park in Glendale, Colorado. Melfi kicking off again from right to left. This one bounces and comes down to Spain again.
Yeah, looks like David Still is their main restart target. Spain had a good first initial attacking set. They built the phases, just unfortunate little knock on, give the U.S. the ball.
This is the Pool C fixture. Fiji, Japan, the other two sides in this come up next as Ramos goes in midfield. Juan Martinez, captain of Spain in both rounds in the early part of 2021. Dummy in a step again from Ramos as he tries to create something. Ceres gets it away to Martinez, man of the El Salvador club. Numbers on the left-hand side. Here's now Belinches, Enrique Belinches. Tries to get free. Spain have a patient build-up. Move the ball over the top. Paul Pla does really well. Ramos is there looking to unlock something here. Ceres now tries to split free. Moreno leaves it behind and puts it to the boot. Malachi Esda has it for the US. Baker comes in to collect. He flicks a quick ball to Tupuola. No advantage coming.
Again, just another unfortunate little handling error for Spain there. They were changing the point of attack really, really well, testing that U.S. defense, making them go side to side. The credit to those U.S. defenders staying in the fight, working hard for their teammates and regaining the ball. They'll want to have a nice set-piece move. They'll worked hard in Chula Vista. Maybe unleash Perry Baker one-on-one. He's known to have some magic up his sleeve, this man.
Speaking of magic, it's brilliant to be here at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens. Over 1,300 days since the last time we were here in 2019. Here's a stat for you, Zach Test. An Eagle Sevens player has either been the top or joint top try scorer in Hong Kong at each of the past 5 events. It was you in 2015, Perry Baker 2016 and 2017, and Colin Isles in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, it's great to be a part of those elite men. Had some really good fun here at the Hong Kong Sevens.
And may it continue. This is just the start of day one around the fringes of scrum time. Cody Melfi picks and goes. Man with the US Army, winning the Armed Forces Championship Sevens for his branch for several times at the Rugby Town Sevens.
Yeah, put the ball in Cody Melfi's hand now. Looks like they're going to call for a scrum, try and get their set-piece platform moving. Spain were just a little overzealous there at the breakdown, trying to put pressure on the 9, but the referee noticed and called them for the penalty.
Okay, let's go.
USA up 5-0.
Crouch.
USA without several of their players. Steve Tomasini is watching from home. Joe Schrader, Maceo Brown, Lucas Lecamp writing his exams. And here comes Tupuola again off the fringes. Cummins loops around, but good shove here from Spain, and they pick this one up. The door opens up. And there's nobody home for the USA. And they'll strike, will Spain, through Jojo Ceres. It's a brilliant response under the sticks.
Jojo Ceres levels this game up. The U.S. just had some mistimed issues there, got isolated. Spanish put them under pressure, and Ceres, man, when he sees that try line, there is a very hard man to stop there. Yeah, great counter ruck. And you can see it was just a 3-on-1. David still tried to do everything he could to knock the ball free, but Ceres, who's been on this circuit, knows how to score a 5-pointer for his team.
Lightly underneath the uprights as well. Kick goes up at 7-5. 30 seconds to go in the first half, and Spain take the lead here on their first outing at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens. Ramos kicking off now with his left boot. Just needs to go the 10 and does. Baker jumps up and gets hit in the air.
Yeah, it's a new interpretation of the law. It has to be a true contest in the air. You can't take out the lifter or the jumper. You have to be in a real good position to contest for the ball. Unfortunate there for the Spanish.
Let's go, Hoka.
Marcus Tupuola, one of the more experienced men in this side. They've split on a 1-1-1. See what they got up their sleeves.
Tupuola, entertainer off the field as well, performs as a wrapper in his spare time. He gets it away to Malfi and hoofs it downfield to Perry Baker. This is a perfect kick through because Baker's shot through the line. Tries to scoop this one and finds the kicker himself. Malfi steps off his left, finds Baker in the end. Perry for the corner. And the United States take back the lead.
Cody Malfi, Perry Baker take a bow. Brilliantly executed off the set piece move, understanding that the Spain had their sweeper in the line. Cody with a brilliant kick, knowing that Perry's going to win the foot race. Perry conscious that the ball is slippery. Nice continuity, and Cody Malfi out the back door to Perry Baker, top drawer. Incredible, off the left foot. Just gets tripped up there on his way to the try line, but understanding where Perry is, that right hand out the back. We'll be seeing that highlight for weeks on end. Brilliant stuff to end the first half here for the USA.
Cody Malfi, that's ridiculous. Perry Baker, the benefactor on that occasion. 10-7 conversion is high and wide. And that brings the half-time whistle here for the USA, leading 10-7 against Spain. Mike Frater getting into the American huddle here. He'll have some strong words for his side. Said it was baptism fire for his players, especially having 4 debutants yet to choose.
Yeah, it's about using the experience of Perry and keeping these boys calm, understanding that the things they train in Chula Vista will help benefit them here on the world stage. Just do the fundamentals, do the simple things really, really well, and be able to hold this Spanish wave. Spain, on the other hand, have done some really good things, changing the point of attack. It's about keeping possession here in the second half.
At scrum time, pull it back, we've got to move it away quickly. Be fucking decisive. Win that first clear on 15 now in the centre.
Mike Frater always so animated in the huddle with his American side. 10th season with the US Eagles in Spain with Pablo Feju. What a veteran he's been for their side as well. Aaron Cutman's all fired up here for the second half.
Make sure they stay behind you. Yeah. Okay, Chaser.
Such an important game to get underneath your belt. A victory here will do them wonders before they come for Saturday for day 2 when they play their 2 games next.
Good to go, Steve. Wait. Shot clock.
It's brilliant to be back here in the bright lights
USA
of Hong Kong for the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong 7 second half here. Spain kicking off from right to left. They trailed 10-7 against the United States in white. Featuring in this Pool C game, Fiji and Japan are the other 2 sides that find themselves here, and it's an error from the restart, not the way you want to start.
Yeah, just a little too much mustard on that kick there. Giving the U.S. possession. As you heard Mike Frater here say in the huddle, to understand the Spanish pressure, understand that they're going to come after you, so move the ball quickly away. Use Perry, use David Still as battering rams around the edges. Spain needs to control their discipline, control possession, get the ball back in their hands.
Good. Crouch.
Cody Malfi in picture. What a pass he
Fine. Set.
threw in the first half to get their team in front. Tupuola at scrum time. Open up a bit of space here. Malfi comes in the open sides. Fine. Perry Baker, now captain of the side. Used to be Madison Hughes for many times, and Kayvon Williams, who's injured at the moment. Brissell kicks, and it's gone backwards, says our referee. Ben Brissell, the youngster. UCLA, the Bruins in Southern California. Baker, second American to get 200 tries after Colin Isles, his friend and former roommate on tour. Cummins cuts back against the grain. Big, powerful forward for the United States. Baker yet again. Pirouettes around. Finally comes back to Tupuola. Fires it up into 3 tacklers. Setting up a contact point for Brissell again to go left. But the line comes up really hard. Baker absorbs it. David still juggles a few times and then lets it go.
Yeah, possession is key in the game of sevens. Perry tried to attack a seam, trying to create a 3-on-2. A little offload over the top, but David still just couldn't grab the handle on it. Yeah, you can see there just a little high for the big man with these dewy conditions. Just couldn't get his grasp completely on the ball. Spain fortunate there.
Hand back on, let's go. Crouch.
Errors of both sides. USA bronze medalists in Hong Kong at the last event in 2019. Their only series medal at that tournament in history. It was 3 years ago. Spain, though, coming across here. What can they conjure up here? Eduardo Lopez in support there. Ramos goes to the right-hand side. Ceres, a try scorer, rips it away again. Manny Moreno is there in support. Ramos again sees a bunch of white jerseys. He cuts up himself. The scrum off, able to get it back for his country. Beautiful feed from Juan Ramos back on the inside. Still to the right they go. Ramos has Melfi in front of him. He needs some speed here. Romero on the field now. Thiago Romero gets out of a couple. Up, there's no sweeper back. Almost a tackle there, but was high in the end. He's beaten 3 or 4. Maybe the same plays, but it still counts on the stats as Spain come on the right-hand side. Ramos now engages. A patient build-up here from the Spanish side. Wide ball to Moreno. Taken on Baker. Locking a few tacklers on the USA side. Los Leonos, the Spanish side, again with Juan Martinez. Big hit on him. Ramos to the right-hand side. Ceres. 10-7 the score. One try will put Spain in front. Martinez again. A long passage of play here under the lights at the Hong Kong Stadium. Thiago Romero again. Oh, it's kicked over the top. It's play on. And sliding on that was Ben Brissell, saving it for the United States. They were under all sorts of pressure. With a long play from the Spanish attack. Aaron Cummins now for the US. Counter-ruck, they must be careful here. Very close to the line. Spain looking to pick this one up. And they'll get the penalty. Just what the doctor ordered. And a quick tap. Straight up the middle they go to take the lead. Juan Martinez slices and dices here. And Spain go back in front.
Just relentless pressure from the Spanish. Just not giving the US any inch. You can see a lot of hands on hips, trying to breathe in this humid air here in Hong Kong. Credit to Spain there. Remained calm, understood that they had the US right where they want them inside the 22. All they had to do is pick their moment to counter-ruck against a tired US side here after a very long, exhausting passage of play, and got the rewards on the end. This man Martinez is a very hard man to stop. Puts the Spanish team in front.
Very impressed by this player over the last couple of years. Man from El Salvador Rugby Club. His 15th try in the series, but none more important than this one. Putting his side up in front with the conversion as well. It's 14 points to 10. 2 minutes and change to play. Can the US come back here in this Pool C cliffhanger to start things off here in Hong Kong? Malachi Esdale, haven't seen a lot of possession to Esdale. High shot on him. There's Adam Channels on the field. Sporting that new hairdo of his. He likes it.
Yeah, Adam Channel always has a little bit of flair from Long Beach, California. But something we'll see on the circuit these days is that 7-up defense. It's something that a lot of teams are adopting here in the last couple of years. So it's very hard for teams to unlock those defenses. It's going to take something really, really special.
Let's set up first. Let's go. Time back on. Crouch. Bye.
Channel who played in Major League Rugby with the Los Angeles side. Competition that's certainly growing there in the US. Tupuola floats across field, looking for a switch. It comes in the form of Perry Baker, who beats one. Baker now gets wrapped up, and a good strong tackle. The US, another penalty.
Entry.
Melfi thought about going to the left-hand side and fires one over the top to Brissell. The big jump step from Benny Brissell is well contained though. Counter-ruck, they'll be very good at that in this game. Have the Spanish side and they have it back. Manuel signs just outside the 22, but the penalty for holding on after they had the pill. Melfi goes yet again. The US down on the scoreboard. A vital try needed on that far side. Malachi Esdale looking to slide in. He could be the difference maker in this game. Esdale in for 5.
Now the former Houston SaberCat in the MLR gets his first 5-pointer here at the Hong Kong Sevens. Point of difference in this game you can see is the breakdown. Who can secure it, who can maintain that possession, understanding that Spain is going to put the U.S. under a lot of pressure. They got the turnover, but a great poach there from Adam Channel to turn the ball over. Quick recognition from Cody Melfi to spin it wide to Esdale, and that's number 8. Esdale's a hard man to stop when he gets a sniff on that edge.
Kick on side, Mike Friday there. Never see him quiet.
This team behind you.
15-14, final play in the game. The USA fans on the edge of their seat. Don't forget, their 15s team also playing this weekend in the final Rugby World Cup qualifier for Rugby World Cup 2023, so much to play for. Women being knocked out of the 15s World Cup. Spain have possession here. They have an opportunity in this game still. And well, Science turns 30 on Monday. Deep inside their half. No sweeper back though. If there is a bust out here, the ball goes back. A little slippery and dewy underfoot as well. Spain. Ramos across. Serres, who scored 1 in this game so far. Absorbs a couple. In fact, it's Manuel Sainz, and Esdale snaps this one up and he hoofs it out for the USA. And they will win their first game here. A very tight affair against Spain. They've done enough, and Malachi Esdale has scored. Mike Friday can take his side into day 2 with that important victory there. Winning a narrow one here against a very good Spanish side, coached by Pablo Feju. 15-14, the final score, the US over Spain. And well, they had to work all the way for that one, Zach Test.
Yeah, the ball and play stat of this game is going to be in those high 8s. Absolutely exhausting there. But Perry Baker at the end there put the team on his back, got the poach. And then Malachi Esdale, with all of his experience, understanding to kick the ball out. Great start for the U.S., especially with their inexperience starting this Hong Kong, this 2022-23 season with a win.
Just confirmation there, that victory 15-14 for the USA. Fiji, Japan, of course, coming up next. Very important here, not just for teams to advance, but points on the series, of course. 11 stops around the world. The USA start off their campaign on a high. Like Friday said, a lot of new players in their side. Perry Baker, the most experienced one for sure. The captain, though, getting some words of encouragement. Things to adjust ahead of day 2. Great footage there of the head coach, former England Sevens player, coach with Kenya as well, now 10 years with America. Well, let's get some reaction. Pitch side is Gareth Rees.
Yeah, Malachi Esdale, they kept it really tough. The Spanish fought you really hard. A good first win for you.
Yeah, we're thrilled about this. It took us everything we had, and we pulled it out at the last minute. So it's a good effort by the boys.
And it was close. The team got you the ball out wide. Talk us through that last try, the winning try.
Oh man, it was a complete team effort from start to finish. So I'm just happy I got the tail end of it, but that was the effort put in by the boys that resulted in that. So.
And I've got to ask, how about Melfi's little behind the back pass to get it going?
Man, it's good to have him back and in full force. He's an electric player and he's capable of doing stuff like that. So it's awesome to have him.
And it's your first time in Hong Kong. What did you expect before you came, and what do you expect now?
I've heard a lot of things about it. You know, the situation's a little weird with COVID and everything, but the crowd came out in full force and the atmosphere is amazing. So yeah, happy about it.
Well, thanks very much. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Next match up is Pool C. The other 2 sides that'll feature here this weekend. It's Fiji, ranked 3rd of the series last year, and Japan 14th. And Fiji, well, this is in many ways their home ground. Take a look at their side. Some brilliant players who mentioned, fresh from winning the Rugby World Cup Sevens in South Africa. And Japan led by Nakagawa. I'm Dallin Stafford alongside Zach Test, former USA star on the series. A tight one here, of course, Fiji, 5-time champions in recent years.
There's just something about Fiji when they enter Hong Kong. It's just like they just elevate their game to a whole nother level. They play, we always know they play with such pace and flair, but when they get to Hong Kong, man, they just turn it on to a whole nother level. Let's see if they can make it 6 in a row.
Fiji, nearly 9 a.m. in the morning, and Japan nearly 6 p.m. Here come the sides right now for the very first time here on Friday night at the Hong Kong Stadium in Tournament 1 of 11. Japan coached by Simon Amor, and there's Wasia Nothungu, who captains the Fijian side. Well, what records do they have? Unbeaten in 56 of their 57 pool matches in Hong Kong in recent years. They are a side without Jerry Tuwai though, and Kamanieli Rasaku. But saying that, Joshua Bakurunabili and Sevalani Mothunathangi were here when they won in 2019. Japan, the Brave Blossoms, will be up against this one. The lowest ranked core side finishing off last year. But it's a new time to shine. Jordan Way has the whistle from this one from Australia. And Moguchi comes in for a word. All smiles because we're back in Hong Kong under the lights for the first time in 1,308 days to be precise. Japan kick from left to right. Fiji in white, set to receive.
Good to go.
Here we go, Pool C at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens for the 2023 season is underway. Fiji knock it down, but it comes down. Nakagawa down the short side, feeds it back on the inside. Hayashi's in! The Brave Blossoms have the opening score. Taisei Hayashi getting it done in unbelievable fashion.
Absolute dream start for Japan there. Going up and contesting the restart. Gathering it off the floor. Quick little 2v1 and they're in for 5 in less than 20 seconds. Great job understanding where each other are. Absolute dream start for Japan. They get to get that restart again on this next kickoff. Can they replicate that same kick? Regain possession, which we know is so key in the game of sevens here.
Sideline conversion attempt. Unsuccessful, 5-0. Simon Amor, well, the pocketbook is always out making his notes. He is a mastermind. Amor won 4 straight Hong Kong Sevens titles as captain of England here. Former technical director as well of Japan, now the head coach in his first match for the side in that role. Fiji, this time they do retain it. Under immense pressure, they get the penalty. They tap and go quickly. In midfield with Nathungu. Finds Talatholo. Tall timber. He finds his captain. No look over the top. Fiji doing their thing as you would expect. Bubiwa Nanduvalo gets them back on the board. And the defending champions open up their account.
Fiji magic at its finest here on display on day 1 here in Hong Kong. The name of the game against Fiji is always containment. Trying to keep them in front of you. As soon as they get behind you, they have the ability to just absolutely open you up and shred you. Great off loop there to unleash for the first 5 points of this game.
Well, he debuted in Singapore earlier this year, scored 10 tries in that tournament. And he's up to his usual trick, 7-5. Fiji take the lead. What a player to have on your side.
Absolutely, this man knows how to find the try zone every single time he touches the ball.
Wasia Nathungu dropped this one about 8 meters.
Yeah, didn't quite go the 10 meters.
Japan come across here to Kazuma Nakagawa, their captain. They're now near the near side. Maweki Fukushi lays it back. The ball's free though for Fiji. That scooped this one up. And it's an open foot race for the line. Jerry Matana will go in. The man that represents Rawasa Sevens team has the second score, and just like that they can strike.
Montana with his 4th career try. One thing you can't do against Fiji is give them a free run. Every man, 1 to 13, can absolutely burn you around the corner. You can see what Japan does, trying to keep the ball alive, understanding that the touchline was there. Unfortunate they just couldn't pick it up, and Fiji pounce, as they always do.
Matana is the main man right now as he stretches the legs for his score. Debuted earlier this year in a crop of new players for Ben Gollings, putting his side second try up here. Ndungu raises the flags, 14 points to 5. It's Fiji after conceding the opening score, and they kick off quickly, but it goes too far. Second error off the restart.
You can see what Fiji was trying to do there. They saw a pocket behind the Japanese line, just in that 5-meter channel, trying to just put it with enough air so his man can run underneath it. Unfortunate, just had a little too much mustard on it there. Japan now gets a scrum midfield. It's a very tough scrum to defend there as you stretch from sideline to sideline. There's kicking space in behind. We'll see what the Japanese can cook up here.
All-time Hong Kong titles, of course, when we started. 19 for Fiji, 11 for New Zealand. Of course, the series only started in the year 1999-2000. Since then, they've won 8. New Zealand 5, England 4, Samoa 2. Japan, scrum, midfield. They choose the open side on this right. A little jump, skip, step. Fukushi does well. Got to keep possession, though, at this Japanese side. Nakagawa goes to Maruo on debut out of the Kanagawa Tamariba club. Couple of hot steps from Suoku on that far side. Japan reload here. Nakagawa again, cross field. Fukushi loses it and then flicks it back in the field of play. It's dangerous though, as Fiji pounce on this. The Flying Fijians looking for a big step, and a lovely offload there from My Samoa, and he finds Wasia Nathungu. The captain adds his name to the record books, and the Fijian flags are flying in Hong Kong.
Nathungu in his 42nd event here. All the experience in the world, just understanding where he needs to be for his Fijian side. Fukushi just got a little bit isolated again. The Fijians pounce on it. It takes 2 of them to try and take down the ball carrier, and Nathungu just sees an open gap and knows how to finish a try.
Adds his name to the record book.
Yeah, you can see the patience and calm in that man's eyes, knowing that he has the capacity to get to the try line to get the 3rd try for his team here.
Well, he has been a star over the years, as Wasia Nathungu, debuted in 2014, top point scorer for his country on the 2022 series. He overtook William Ryder's record of 105 last season. Ryder, a lethal stepper of note for Fiji, but Nathungu now has 114 to his name, and Talatolo leaps up. My Samoa is there off the restart. Oh, that's much better from Fiji when they kick off. And they're flying again. Manueli My Samoa adds another highlight to his reel.
Well, it all came from that beautiful catch on the restart. He looked like an NFL wide receiver in the back of the end zone, just going up and high pointing it. Nathungu just putting it on a dime. The big man goes up and grabs it. And we know that the Fijians just flood support lanes and are absolutely lethal once they get behind you.
A storming first half performance here. Kick will float to the right hand side, and that's the half time in this thoroughly entertaining Pool C clash. It's Fiji that lead Japan 26 points to 5. Well, Fiji, after giving away the first 5 points, have bounced back as you would expect they would. Some brilliant rugby.
Now the Fijians always know how to ride the wave, get the ball in their hands, get behind the defense, and then just flood support channels, get the offloads, and use their pace to burn. just the wise words from Ben Gollings there with all his experience. Ben Gollings has been in Hong Kong winning titles for a very long time. Yeah, as you can see, 3 missed tackles from Japan, causes 3 tries and 2 turnovers. Something you just can't do against the Fijians. Japan needs to just make sure they maintain possession. Don't get isolated. Get their speed of 3s there quickly. Shift the point of attack and really put this Fijian defense under pressure.
Simon Amor giving his words here for Japan before their second half. Welcome back to the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens, and it's a thrill to be back here at a stadium that has been the mecca of sevens over the last 40 years or so. Fiji, who lead 26 points to 5, kicking off from left to right. 4 unanswered tries from Ben Golling's side. Has them up in the lead. Jordan Way says, let's go to finish off this Pool C game. 1 game on a Friday night for all these sides for their reload on Tuesday. What a take from Japan as they release down that short side. Big contact and wonderful offload as well as they get it away to that far side. Soka in support. Looking for a couple of steps in midfield. A lovely crack on the outside from Takamasa Maruo. Helped out there by Hayashi that scored the first 5. On the field is Kameli Latinara. There's a big jump off the left. Shotaro Soka hit hard though as Latinara picks it up. The ageless wonder flicks it back in the field. Nakagawa is there. Japan reload. Bursting onto it. Lovely break here. Ken Kurihara. Kurihara throws a dummy and then fires it back in. Nakagawa is there. Here comes Japan. The crowd come alive as well. Into the 22 for the Japanese. Latinara again to the left-hand side. Nakagawa over the top. Miyagami with a big step. Tsuoka in at right time. The penalty though goes the other way to Fiji. And they tap here with Nandavalo. Not 10, the Japanese defenders.
Not 10. 10's here. 10's here.
So unfortunate for the Japanese. They built phase after phase, keeping the ball in live. Great continuity there.
Fiji sustain that pressure. And Bukayato on the park now as well. Matana looks to fight free. Oh, it's popped up the other way. It's another gift here. Taisei Hayashi has his second try. And they've certainly deserved that here in the second half.
Just how the Japanese wanted to start the second half. Build the phases, put Fiji inside their own half. Put 5 points on the board. Yeah. Fiji's so good in these wet conditions and their handling just couldn't quite have the handle. And that man right there, quick to pounce and put 5 points on the board. All about possession here in the second half for the Japanese.
Flags go up as well. 26 points to 12. Taisei Hayashi at Tokai University. Debut in Paris in 2017. Scored the first and the last score so far in this game. Under 5 to play though in the first half.
You're ready to kick, I will call time on.
Japan though, we've had a lot of things to work on there with Simon Amor. They returned as a core team in 2022. Won just 2 of their 27 pool games though. I bet with Amor at the helm now, you can expect some different results to come.
Yeah, Japan, they'll probably want to replicate that first kickoff here.
7 on 7. Okay. Fiji, good. Fiji ready. Good. Come back on, please.
Taichi Yoshizawa goes up high, but Talatolo is there. You can't compete when the ladder is there.
Forwards.
Looking to rip down that far side. Beautiful pop back on infield. It's Fiji yet again. And numbers are plenty. And they'll storm this one in. Tira Patterson on the end of this one. Dancing around near the south stand. He wants to get the party going.
Tira Patterson, good to see you, my friend. I coached this man at the San Diego Legion. This man is all about his business. He is lethal with ball in hand. Has the pace to burn. always finds a good support channel there. And you can see that calm running face. He is such a smooth runner there. Rounding it, trying to get it in the center, trying to be a little bit cheeky.
Terry Patterson played one season with San Diego Legion in Major League Rugby. That's when you were there, Zach Test.
Yeah, he's a quality player, that Tira Patterson.
The restart goes deep, almost ranging up with this one. Does come the way. They go to the short side. Talatolo again, getting the fend. Josefa Talatolo, the one-handed flick back in the inside. It's a thing of beauty. And Fiji fly in yet again. Ioane Temba gets the goodies.
Yeah, floodgates are open now. Fiji just finding all those little moments, just causing a little disruption in that Japanese pod. And they're just so big and ranging, just fighting off Japanese defenders, keeping the ball away. And dotting it down for another 5 points for Fiji. Starting off where they left off at the World Cup.
Kick sails over as well. We reached the 40-point mark to 12. See, scored the most tries of any team in the last 8 Hong Kong events. And they are thrilled to watch. They've won all 21 matches against Japan over the years. Debutant on the field, Paula Whakalo, 25-year-old on debut. Japan, though, the Brave Blossoms, can they finish with something else here? The ball spits free, it's been kicked through. Chase is there. Umbukayato picks this one up as well. And Fiji finish off in style, still with 2 to play. Filippo Umbukayato.
Umbukayato displaying the Movember mustache there. Yeah, one thing you can't do against the Fijians is spill the ball on the ground. They're just so lethal when it comes to that. They're so good at pouncing on it, recognizing the space. Just a little tap in there, off the toe. Beautiful gather, and puts another 5 points on the board for his nation.
Well, he says Jerry Tiwa is his inspiration. Flags go up yet again, 47 points to 12. Filippo Umbukayato, player of the tournament for the Fiji Barbarians, the club sevens when they beat the police. Dedicated that award to his father, Napoleoni. What a team Fiji has been in Hong Kong over the years. I mentioned they won the last 5 consecutive events, so they've won 7 of the last 8. That's the bench there. Plenty of depth in their squad for Ben Gollings, and there he is. Third Englishman to coach Fiji off the Ben Ryan and Gareth Bayburn. Here they come again down that near side, streaking away. Ioane Temba gets yet another in their first game out here in Hong Kong.
Pure class from the Fijians once again, just absolutely dominating the air here in Hong Kong with a one-hand little tip back to himself. And what they're so good is just flooding those support lanes, finding each other. It's just like they know where each other are. It's just like a nature to them. They can just feel it out here in Hong Kong. What a great start for Fiji here in this new season here on the HSBC World 7 Series.
Well, it's all working out for them. Kick sails over as well. Ioane Temba, I know his mum, wife and child are tuning in. Ben Gollings will be happy about this initial performance here. Bola Vanaka to all our Fijian fans, wherever you're tuning in around the globe, putting on some sort of display. Sevaloni Mothanastangi gets away to Temba. One-handed flick has come to Japanese Kimorita. That's fine. We'll take possession here in the final moment of this game.
Come. No, Vince, we're not gone. You go back to your feet to try and play the ball without releasing it. That's not gone.
Restarts are key in the game of sevens. You can really starve your opponent of possession.
Let's go.
Yeah, trying to find the offload, little over-the-top flick.
Let's go.
And just a knock on there by Fiji.
Japan, let's go, please.
54 points to 12. Fiji in this Pool C. Other 2 teams in their pool, the USA, who just beat Spain 15-14 moments ago. Big scrum here, tight head, peels around the fringes, and Umbukayato whipping it wide. Bounce pass to Ioane Temba, who gets his hat-trick in the opening pool game here in Hong Kong. A brilliant second half performance, particularly by Temba.
Fiji just flexing their muscles there at scrum time, just pushing the Japanese off of the scrum. And just great awareness to understand that he had a free man on the edge. And that man gets his third try of the game. And you can just see the love and the brotherhood these boys share with each other. They always play for each other.
The extra 2. Unsuccessful, not needed. 3 tries from Ioane Temba, and then out of St. Bede's College, Sabu Sabu. And an excellent display from Fiji to open their county on Friday night in Hong Kong. They beat Japan by 59 points to 12. An excellent start here from the Flying Fijians. They love playing in Hong Kong. It's like a home tournament, they keep saying. You can see why with those skills.
They're just so comfortable here. There's something in the air that they just thrive on. They can seem just unbeatable. They have this presence about them as soon as they step onto this Hong Kong soil. Great start to their day one.
So here's a look at Pool C, how it stands. USA victorious in their first game, and then Fiji winning this one by a fine margin of over 50 points. Friday night, under the lights here at the Hong Kong Stadium, as both sides thank each other. Jasua Kurunabili and his Chargers starting out a fine performance here with Ben Golling, who is still the all-time leading point scorer with 2,652 on the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. Such a delight to see Fiji flying. Fresh from winning the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Cape Town, South Africa in September. Finalists in the Commonwealth Games as well, losing out to South Africa there.
Steve Dolman, can you hear me?
And their fans certainly enjoying it here. They're back after 3 years and a few months as well. What a sight to behold. Wasia Nathungu handling everything, particularly that first half.
There's always something special about Hong Kong. It's the atmosphere, it's the fans, it's the stadium. The granddaddy of them all. I always enjoyed coming to this stadium. You can just see the passion of the fans there, always supporting each and every player, each and every team, coming here to see the best athletes in the world.
It's always so brilliant in the crowds, and there's some great rugby to go along with it as well. Well, let's get some reaction, and Gareth Rees sits pitch side.
Yeah, Ioane Temba, congratulations, job done for Fiji. A great start for you.
Yeah, first of all, I thank the Almighty God for this opportunity. Gives us strength that we are able to win the first game. I give him glory to God.
3 tries for yourself tonight, but how special is this place, Hong Kong, for Fiji and Fiji rugby?
It's first time for me. It's a new environment in Hong Kong. We always say it's new, but rugby is it's a world sport that, yeah.
Well, congratulations. We look forward to the rest of the weekend from you and your teammates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be back in 15 minutes, so stay with us. We're going to have the super session coming up there. The final 5 games on day 1 of the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong 7. Stay with us. We'll be back then.
just made history. Hong Kong is Fiji's house.
Welcome to Hong Kong. Friday night, day 1 of 3 at the HSBC Cathay Pacific Hong Kong Sevens. Rugby Sevens fans have been making a pilgrimage here for almost 45 years, and after a 3-year wait, we are finally back with a brand new season of the HSBC World Rugby 7 Series. Yes, the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens returns to its Mecca, Hong Kong, for the 44th edition of this famous event. A record 11 men's events on the series this time, 7 for the women with 7 combined. Dubai and Cape Town next, before a welcome return to Hamilton and Sydney in the new year. LA and Vancouver after that. Another visit back here to Hong Kong, then Singapore, Toulouse and London to decide our series champions. And real jeopardy at both ends of the table. The top 4 automatic Olympic qualifiers, whilst the bottom 4 will face a relegation fight. Yeah, these fans have waited a long time to have their beloved Hong Kong Sevens back on deck. We're so thrilled to be here. Let's get you up to date with the story so far. Hong Kong Harbour, and Ireland got us started. They won qualification here back in 2019 as a core nation. One of their superstars, Jordan Conroy. This was his 2nd try, and he knows how to celebrate, this guy. Look at that, you don't want to get that wrong. Coming up after that, Argentina against Canada, and Marcos Moneta, the reigning World Rugby Sevens Player of the Year. He got a couple in the first half. They're up and running with a big win over Canada. No points for Canada so far. And then it was the turn of Spain and the USA. Really crucial game this for the USA in Pool C. A lucky escape for them. Malachi Esdale with the crucial try. A 1-point win for the Eagles. And then it was Fiji. 5 straight Hong Kong Sevens titles for them. Japan actually scored first in this game, but Fiji, Ioane Temba with a hat-trick. Nathungu just offloading for fun. You wouldn't want to bet against these guys, perhaps making it 6 straight in Hong Kong this year. Yeah, a dominant performance from Fiji, the place they call their second home. They just love coming here to Hong Kong and taking home the money. Okay, let's get up to date with all the numbers so far. Pool D got us started. Ireland 28-12 against Kenya. There's that big win for Argentina. Remember, they led the series at one point last year. Canada with work to do. Into Pool C, there you go. USA with that vital 1-point win, and with Fiji in this pool as well. They knew they had to start well. They got the win, and Fiji just dominant over Japan. And the matches still to come here. Here are the Pool A fixtures. New Zealand up against Samoa. They've had some humdingers in recent times. And the defending series champions up against the host Hong Kong. They're the invitational side here. And then into Pool B. And it'll be France against the new look Great Britain. The home nations have reformed back into GB. And after that, it's South Africa, who've never won here, up against the rookies, Uruguay. So it's just after 5:30 here in the evening, here in Hong Kong. The sun has gone down, the lights are up, and it's time for Great Britain to get us started in the evening session of day 1, up against France. 10th seeds against 7th seeds here. And alongside me here is former England Sevens captain Rob Vickerman. Interestingly, Rob, just one Englishman named in the starting 7 for Great Britain. You're pretty close to all these players. How they made the transition back into GB?
I think it's been absolute carnage, if I'm honest, Rupert. I think from the back of them finishing The World Cup in South Africa in September, they had a very quick transition. First and foremost, who was going to be picked? Deal with that emotionally, you deal with that practically. They're two very big things to deal with. So the fact that they're here at all is a testament to their management and their commitment as players to this, both the men and the women. And this is a real statement. This underpins everything that they've spoke about for those last 6 weeks. It's a short camp, nowhere near the preparation they require. However, you've got to get on with it. You don't have time to dwell as a player. I'm excited to see what these players can do, knowing they're representing not just their peer and their cohort, but each of their nations. It's a massive commitment and one I hope they step up for.
Yeah, of course. England, Scotland, Wales know France very well, but as GB, they've never faced each other before on the series. And France will want to start well as well. They've got an experienced starting 7, but some rookies in their squad as well. Savita Rocco Vereni, not a rookie at all when it comes to refereeing on the Sevens World Series. A couple of Scotsmen, Jamie Farndale and Robbie Ferguson. We're underway in Pool B. France running right to left. And it's taken well by the Great Britain captain, Robbie Ferguson. Colleen Barretto, another Scotsman. There's 5 of them in this starting lineup, just the one Welshman, Morgan Williams. And here he is, flying the flag for Wales. Just the one Welshman in the entire squad, in fact, here in Hong Kong this weekend. And that's a loose ball. And Morgan Williams has had to clear that up with a bit of help from big Paddy Kelly. Ferguson decides to kick. No one sweeping back for France, but herring back is Stéphane Parez. Here he is, vastly experienced player, Parez, and his 59th Sevens World Series event. Gives it to Mignot, and now Logel. No one's played more rugby sevens in series history than him. Looking for the extra offload. Pierre Mignot makes sure they secure the ball. Parez again. And there's Domont, one of the new faces. Relatively new faces in the 55 shirt, and he's looming here, but they won't need him. Because bursting clear is Pasquet for France. Varian Pasquet from Stade Francais gets the scoring started here in Pool B.
Good patient play from the French. They got the ball way deep. Perez had that composure to set it all up, and this is what they can do with the likes of Grandidier pulling strings. Nice little out the back, and then the size and strength they've got right across this French back line. Pasquet personifying that one, a young man, just 23, but he is 6'3", 90 kgs plus. That's a good old bit of armoury to get around a sevens field.
As you mentioned, they've got some tall timber, this French team, even without the likes of Tavita Verandamu, who's not available at the moment. They have a vast array of long, lanky sevens players with big levers, very Fiji-like, this French side. Ferguson again takes the restart for Great Britain. More possession for them. Can they respond? Barretto again, good playmaker in midfield. Gives it to Morgan Williams again. And arriving is Jamie Barton, the Englishman, but they can't get the ball back because Pierre Mignot has won that for France. And now they go quickly. Ball's gone forward. It will be a knock-on and a scrum feed to GB.
These are little moments where the GB players have to look across to each other, once foes, now teammates, and integrate these plays.
Fond memories here, France. The last time we were here in 2019, they were in the cup final against Fiji.
That's a rare thing for France. Don't get many cup finals. No better place to get one than here. Building, the lights are up. Friday Night Rugby here in Hong Kong. Now GB looking to spark it. Williams and McFarland, exciting to see him back on a sevens field. It's been a while.
Free kick.
You're falling back.
Ferguson. Kelly. Yeah, nice inside ball back into Paddy Kelly. Penalty there again, just France bossing the breakdown at the moment. That was good work, I think, from Grandidier that time.
Split, second stuff in sevens. You've got to get there so quickly to support it. And Grandidier, he's a winger, out-and-out flyer, but even he, with the skill set, is able to get over the ball and just keep it too tight to play.
I said there was one Englishman on the pitch, with Jamie Barden, but he's English as well. Dual international is Grandidier. He's the one that got away. Now playing for France is Logel. Rebage, brother of Swan Rebage, who plays in the second row for Toulon in the top 14.
Ball's out, play on.
Win the ball. They don't have it, and here they come away. Domont again. Grandidier's come into midfield. Ducks under a tackle. Offloads the ball again. Rebage, he's getting involved, and it'll be a walk-in for Marius Domont, another player from Toulon. Crowd don't like it.
No, the faint sounds of booze around Socompo. Very rare indeed. The French making their presence known on the field by noises around it. This is a real subtle thing, but it's a dogfight at the breakdown because two players are committed from GB. It means the space is around that breakdown for the French. They find it. That missed tackle from McFarland draws in Ferguson, and a lovely little rolled offload means it's all too easy for Les Bleus.
12 now. Kick to come as well. Really good start from the boys in blue, and they've run out of time. They can't kick the conversion. You've got 30 seconds to take it after the ball's touched down, and Tavita Roccovereni was hot on them.
Well, then hit the ball away, which could have found himself in the sideline for 2 minutes. There's a discretion. Got to be careful there, Dumont.
Yeah, Dumont just playing in his 4th Sevens World Series event. They go exactly the same way over to the far side, and exactly the same thing happens. Robbie Ferguson is lifted for Great Britain. Now they work the short side this time. Paddy Kelly, but they've lost possession again. It's into the hands of Pasquet, the try scorer. Here's Rebage. Thinks about kicking, decides to draw the man. Domont again. He decides to chip it through. Oh, it's all going France's way. At the moment, Grandidier will run clear. Aaron Grandidier makes it 3 for France.
The man who went to school in London under Simon Amo's watch was overlooked. But when you can see this type of movement, you've got to wonder why, because this is a step and a half inside. Pace to burn. Big, strong, athletic. Clearly has blossomed in his career since. There's also DJ routes, which I know you enjoy.
Yes,
He's got it all.
Olave School in Orpington in London. DJ, as you say. Also on the books of Select Models and Talent. He's got it all.
He's got the side hustle. He's got about 8.
Extra 2 doesn't make it, remains 17-0 France. Great Britain, not the start they were looking for. The expats will be concerned here. Logel wins it as well for Mignot. GB can't take a trick here. Rebage swings it out again. Domont, he's got Grandidier with him, hunting a second, juggles it, reels it in, hits, spins. Oh, over the top, back to Domont. Yeah, salute that one. That was their best. 2 thumbs up for the French in what was once a mecca for England.
This is such a touch from Grandidier. The spin, the transfer, and then check this, the basketball lob over the top. There's about 3 or 4 things going on at once there that are pretty special to watch. When he combines them all, that is lethal.
That will do us for the end of the first half. 22-0 at the break. France lead Great Britain. So Thierry Janacek is going out there for France because Jerome Barret's in isolation, going through COVID protocols. Will Homer there in the middle of that huddle, an Englishman doing all the talking for Great Britain at the moment. You look at those numbers, Rob Vickerman. Doesn't make pretty reading for Team GB.
Not got that possession, and then conversely the missed tackles, that's the thing that's really impacting the scoreline here. The French line breaking for fun. They're getting the ball from the restart, as you mentioned, core possession. And that is not pretty reading from a GB perspective. Conversely, the French will be pretty happy.
Stefan Perez and France will retake their positions. Excellent first half from them. And the Great Britain captain, Robbie Ferguson, with some leadership required. SoCompo Stadium in Hong Kong, Friday night. We're back after a 3-year absence, and it's wonderful to be here. Fans have been making a pilgrimage here to this event for almost 45 years. England, Scotland and Wales have been part of that for a long time. They've reformed with Great Britain, and they've had a first half to forget. 22-0 they trail France. Logel, Perez, Pasquet, try scorer to Grandidier, picks up one himself. Mignot, the workhorse in this French team, the man from Grenoble, at the foot of the Alps in France. And Ribage from Toulon into contact. Reload for Daumont. Pascal. Long ball over the top to Pierre Mignot. Important tackle had to be made by Max McFarlane, but it's still on for Grandidier in France, but a good tackle on him right in the corner from Will Homer, coming off the bench and making an important intervention for Great Britain.
Brilliant tackle from Homer, wasn't it? Wasn't just content with that shot tackle, also drilled him all the way into the touchline, which is why they've earned the throw in.
But Freddie Roddick's overthrown it, and another opportunity for France, hunting a 5th try here, and they're going to get it. Grandidier with his 2nd. The overthrown line out right on their own line. And it's more bad news for Great Britain. France are flying.
Just watching the body language of Roddick after that, whilst we celebrate Grandidier's score, 2nd in this game. Such a frustration when the players throw it over the lifted pod, not able to claim it, and it's the French that are lauding it. No one competing either, just doesn't need to go anywhere near that high.
Yeah, it's a high-risk manoeuvre from a team that haven't had a lot of time together. And Daumont, who's featured in a lot of it, set up Grandidier, converts with the extra 2, 29-0. France lead Great Britain. Worth noting the coaching setup that's been put together for Great Britain. Tony Rokes, the head coach. Kieran Beattie, Scotsman in the background, as director of rugby. We'll get back to that because Grandidier's hunting a hat-trick here. Advantage, France. Simon offloads to Perez.
No clear release.
You heard it from the referee. No clear release from the tackler. You've got to let go before you go digging.
Quite like how creative the French get off these taps as well.
5.
And moving Logel out wide, line runner coming through.
Perez around the outside, looking for a score. Farndale puts him in touch.
Looks like he's hurt his right shoulder as well. His left shoulder's holding.
Crucial player, Jamie Farndale. Great Britain go quickly, and why not? They're effectively playing on 6 here for the time being, and they want to make the most of it. Good to see Max McFarlane back playing elite rugby sevens. And here's Alec Coombs, who was born and raised here in Hong Kong. Represented Scotland before Great Britain on the series.
With Farndale still down though, no support, he's not happy. A whole myriad of injuries you can do with your shoulder like that.
Well, the whistle's gone, they've got to make a change here, Great Britain.
They do. And here we get a chance to see what are the standouts for Scotland. Femi Sofalarin.
Yeah, he's on the side, that's fine.
A talismanic Scot on the sideline, and one effervescent one about to come on.
Yeah, Femi Sofalarin looks like he's going to take the field here. Evan Dempsey there looking after Jamie Farndale.
Time off.
Very inconspicuous, isn't it? You're often the worst. Can be bad at this situation when your elbow hits the floor. He's a tough man, and he will not come off easily.
Great Britain's previous biggest loss on the series, 26 points. It was against Argentina in Dubai last year. They're already above that here. They'll want to exercise some damage limitation here with 2:30 to go. They're not going to win the game, but they want to protect their points difference as much as possible.
It's more the errors that are creeping in as well. These type of errors, the overthrows, the interjected play, just not clicking at all for GB, underpinned by that pretty horrible statistic. 8 missed tackles missed.
Crouch.
The French team who will run at you all day. They love possession, they love offload and chance it. They do make a lot of errors, the French, but they're winning this at a canter.
Well, they can just go to a training ground move here off the set piece. Just Damon can't hold on. Grandidier has it. He's on a hat-trick, remember. He's found Joseph. Oh, nice ball out the back to Grandidier, round the outside. Aaron Grandidier has a triple. It's a yellow card for Great Britain. But the man who was jettisoned from England's sevens has scored a hat-trick against Great Britain in Hong Kong.
Under the definition of irony, that may well be a statement that summarises it. The Frenchman celebrating wonderful skill, lovely offload round the corner, kept in the right hand, and then the burners. Grandidier is right up there with the lethal finishers in this opening stanza, and the Mecca of sevens, and he is doing this ground justice.
And the offload from Jefferson Lee Joseph as well. Created the space for him.
Yeah. We restarted with a penalty. Yeah.
Conversion doesn't make it. Max McFarlane's in the sin bin. Grandidier has 3 tries for France. 34-0. Max McFarlane, great to see him back. Haven't seen him in sevens since Dubai last year. Went into the sevens wilderness, but not the start, the return to his sevens career he was looking for either. Logel now, Jonathan Logel. Laborde. Dorian Laborde on debut is out there for France. He'd love to get a try. Still time, just under 30 seconds.
Logel just giving it the old hands out, slow it down. What a position to be in for the French. They have got a huge horizon to look forward to with the Olympics at the end of it. Look at all the penalties for GB, just giving the ball away so much.
Thomas Carole here from the Po Club, 21-year-old, another player winning his France Sevens debut on the series. Logel out the back to Carole, loose pass. Paul Laretra has it again. Laretra, long ball over the top, left to right pass to Laborde. Flicks it out the back. That looks like it's gone forward. It has.
Forward pass.
It's clatter into the hoardings here, but that will be that. France have sailed across the channel to Great Britain and absolutely hammered them here in their Pool B opener by 34 points to 0. Well, work to do for Great Britain. It's a tricky pool as well for them to negotiate. And that is not the start they were looking for. They're going to have to go back to the team hotel tonight on the other side of Hong Kong Harbour where the teams are staying, and they're going to have to try it and find something. Looks like they've lost Jamie Farndale as well. He's walked off with his arm in a sling. Crucial player for Scotland. But these guys, Les Bleus, have been quite magnificent here in their opener. And Logiel, what a guy to have around, the most experienced French player of all time. With plenty of players winning their debuts in this match as well. Rob Vickerman could hardly have gone better for them.
No, exactly that. The French obviously love to play here. We saw their last exploits going well for them. They're a team do sometimes frustrate because they have got that ability to perform at the highest level consistently, but seldom do. But if ever there was a time, this is it. They look great.
So here's Pool B, just the one game played so far. France 34 points to 0 over Great Britain. Also in this pool, South Africa, who've never won here in Hong Kong, up against the new core nation, Uruguay. They come up next. Okay, let's go downstairs and hear from the hat-trick hero, Aaron Grandidier. He's with Gareth Rees.
Yeah, Aaron, congratulations. There's only one Englishman on the Great Britain side, but you didn't have a bad night in the French jersey.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, just credit to the team. Get me the ball in some good open spaces, and it's my job to finish them off anyway, so I'm just happy I could help the team to a victory.
Given your history, was it a little bit more meaningful to do well against GB and get that hat-trick?
Yeah, of course. I mean, always love playing against them. I know quite a lot of the boys pretty well, so it's always that competitive nature when we play against each other, but credit to them. Great side. I'm looking forward to seeing how they evolve this season.
And we've got to ask, with the Olympics looming in your home country, when you play like that, is that on your guys' mind? Is that part of your build-up?
I mean, of course it's in the back of our heads, but our focus is really tournament by tournament, game by game. This game wasn't easy at all. New side, a lot of experienced players, so our focus was really just to win this game and carry on going throughout the stages tomorrow and Sunday.
And finally, just first time in Hong Kong for you. Do you fancy getting the decks out, maybe giving the crowd a bit of different kind?
I would love to. If after the tournament someone hands me some, I wouldn't say no, that's for sure.
There we go. There's your hat-trick scorer and DJ, Aaron Grandidier.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, Aaron Grandidier, multi-talented, bit of a polymath, loves the decks. Who knows? We saw that at the Commonwealth Games, one of the Ugandans spinning some records. Maybe he can do that here as well. That's a sight for sore eyes, isn't it? Fans here in Hong Kong, lapping up opening night here at the Hong Kong 7. It's been a 3-year wait, the 44th edition of the HSBC Cathay Pacific Hong Kong 7s. What a sight that is, Hong Kong Harbour on Friday night. Day 1 of 3 here at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong 7. It's been a long 3-year wait. Boy, have we missed it. But oh, it's great to be back. Coming up, we've got a big game coming up in Pool B between South Africa and Uruguay. Uruguay, the rookies on the 7 series. So Hong Kong kicking off the 23 series. An 11-stop season to decide the best men's and women's teams on the planet.
Catch your breath. Good. You're gonna need it.
We're back, 11 events for the men, 7 for the women, 7 combined as well. And you get involved with it, if you like, with the app. Yeah, there you are. Get your Q code, get your app, get your phone out. HSBC 7 Series app, up-to-date live scores, video stats, much, much more. All things HSBC World Rugby Sevens. Okay, back in August, Santiago, Chile hosted the tournament to decide which team would be promoted to the core nation status. It was Uruguay, and it's a very warm welcome to Los Teros.
Uruguay, welcome to the greatest rugby club in the world.
Uruguay is a new team here in the tour, so we are very excited to be here. For the first time in the series, we went to the Challenger Series and we saw an opportunity, so we take it. We achieved the goal to be here, so we want to stay here. For me, it's very important to set a good mindset, to get a good behavior and set a culture for new generations, and it will be an identity for the long term. For Uruguay Sevens, stay here in the tour. At home, we feel all the fans tell us to make a history here, to stay where we are. The team is very excited to play. Hong Kong Sevens maybe is the best sevens in the tour, so we are very excited to be there in the stadium with all the crowd. So we set our goal to make history, and we will do anything to get that goal.
For Uruguay, this has been so great. It's going to be like something that strengthens all the union. Since we achieved the quality to the World Series, many things had changed. It's getting tougher. It's great that we can do that, because if not, it would be impossible to be competitive at this level. All the team is excited. The youngest are really amused of all. They've been here for the first time, the city, the lights, but most of all, we're so happy and so excited of playing with such good players and such a great tournament, and we're going to enjoy it and take advantage of this opportunity.
Our Super Session continues here on Friday night in Hong Kong. The Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens is back after a 3-year absence, and join me on the gantry, Dallin Stanford. You're back in Hong Kong as well, quite a long time after you played here for the USA. Must be fond memories for you here.
Yeah, certainly, Rupert. 14 years in the making. I last represented the USA here, and before that playing in the 10s as well. And here we go. It's Pool B, South Africa. They take on Uruguay. Uruguay fresh here. They're coming to this event as a newly qualified core team. And South Africa, they lead the head-to-heads. Well, they have not conceded a point in 22 years against Uruguay. The Blitzbox side, though, with new coaching crew involved here. Here's a look at the two sides. Alongside me, former England Sevens captain that's been here on 5 different occasions, Rob Vickerman. Scan your eyes on these great names.
Yeah, looking to see the progression of Uruguay in that Challenger Series. Witnessed firsthand just how incredible those scenes were, the elation that they had. This is a very different concept coming against the most experienced professional Sevens team in South Africa. They went professional back in 2009, so their systems, their processes, their protocols that they talk about all the time are well set. So this will be a great test for Uruguay.
Blitzbox on the left, Uruguay on the right for their first time back at the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens here at this beautiful venue, the Mecca of Sevens. Crowds are back in the stands as well. It's been over 3 years, and we are here, stop 1 of 11 on the new series. JC Pretorius with South Africa. Well, they've never won this event. It's the only one on the series, runners-up in 09, 08 and 2017.
I found that really surprising to hear that, Dan, and bearing in mind how dominant this team have been throughout the years. To get this monkey off the back will be some claim for them.
Ruben Keane from Australia is our referee for this clash. Uruguay, well, they don't just want to be on the series, they want to stay on the series. 9 players make their series debut, but several of them featured at the Rugby World Cup Sevens in South Africa in recent times. McCubbin's one of them, former under-20 player for Uruguay. The Los Teros Sevens.
Time on.
Selwyn Davids for South Africa is ready. They will receive. And Uruguay on white on the left of your screen. First action of this Pool B for these two sides. One game tonight on day one. Big kick here from Liechtenstein. Comes down to Davids. It takes it. JC Pretorius for South Africa. In midfield, looking for a ball over the top to the big Saku Makata. The battering ram goes upfield. keeps his feet alive is the Olympian from East London. For a big right-footed step from Fundo Ndlovu. Finds a lot of traffic though. The counter ruck comes in superbly. Diego Ardao, the captain, and they have possession here. Braziones, superb into the 22. Here they come, Ignacio Alvarez. Gets rid of one. Tomas Echeverri is there with them. Advantage for Diego Ardao and Uruguay now. Penalty.
20 offside.
All of the Uruguayans within 20 metres of each other really are playing
Offside.
a tight game and targeting that breakdown, and that is no mean feat against South Africa. They love it. This is going to be a huge contest.
Scrum.
For that area in particular. I love how they've come into this game, Uruguay.
Shilton van Beek getting heavily involved, but there's the new numbers on display here. A player can choose the numbers from 1 through to 99, and that's the number for the series.
What would you have gone down?
Well, my number was 10. I'm happy with that. Yourself, my friend?
I thought you were going to say 21, because it's where you've played more than anywhere else. But I think I like the idea of making it personal. You make it about, you know, your family, your reasons start to be really prominent in how you play the game. I think it's good.
Uruguay with Mateo Vinales loops onto the open side, creating an overlap. So a player on that far left, they weren't able to release him. Now, where's the face mask? As here they whip it. There's space to operate here. McCubbin gets it away and then it's dropped. Tomas Echeverri with the try line beckoning in front of the south stands.
Oh, what an absolute nightmare spilling that one. Everything was perfect preceding it. Echeverri will sit on that moment for a while. Quite an exquisite pass to get in this position, and the rolled offload just inches too low. It would have been a miracle take, travelling at pace to claim that one. But the slow-mo happens in your mind afterwards. You've got to let it go.
The coaching crew, Ivo Dagonjic and Guillermo Selbes look on. Feed for South Africa from Selwyn Davids. Finds Ronald Brown. Launches this one towards the touchline. And it's a lovely kick towards the halfway line from the little playmaker.
It's an interesting tactic. This would be something you see all the time in 15s, but in 7s you don't see it as much. More often than not you want the ball to stay in. But because he drills this long and it goes out, yes, they've moved up 50 metres, but now it's back to being Uruguay ball still within the South African half. So interesting tactic. They'll hope that their pressure in defence will see that as being a positive result.
Yeah, something they pride themselves on. Their captain, Sheikh Soizwapi, though, is on the touchline. The new coaches, Sandile Ngobo and Philip Snyman. Look on. Good take there from Uruguay as they drifted wide. Did a high pass there for Kobo Braziones.
Knock on.
It's frustrating, isn't it? We've seen a couple now of these errors creeping in. And you understand there's going to be nerves. Absolutely. That higher intensity, this line speed that they've never faced coming at them. The South Africans love to take that room in between you and the defenders, close you down, and that can put all types of pressure on skill sets.
Well, good evening. If you're joining us from Uruguay and past midday in South Africa. Brilliant to have your company here for 3 days of action. Back at the Hong Kong Sevens, the first time since 2019. Blitzbox now with Davids. Floats on the outside gap. Spins out of one. There's Mfundo Ndlovu with him, former long jumper. Pretorius looking to go on the outside. This JC Pretorius gets the bump and good strong hit on him. Christy Grobbelaar releases Ronnie B. And Ndlovu with a dummy. Slips out of a couple tackles, still going. Powerful legs. Brown goes to the right-hand side. Saku Makata. But a good running start though. Ball goes back to Grobbelaar. South Africa whip it over the top. Oh, that one's floated like a kite.
Whoa. About 8 metres forward, that one. Where'd the ball go? He's got it on a string. Gets the whip out the right hand. Didn't realise it was that windy down there pitch side. This Blitzbox team, they're looking composed, aren't they? Bit of transition, as we mentioned, with the coaches, but just check out the progression and how these players in the shortened version have really flown into 15s as well. They're doing it right across the world, and certainly Curtly Adensa, the new guy on the block for their 15s. That's inspiration for these men.
Last medal from Hong Kong here was in 2018, winning the bronze final. Uruguay, though, have other ideas. They stab it ahead. One bounce towards the touchline from Ignacio Alvarez. He was probably hoping it stayed in the field of play.
It definitely was. That man had been chasing it. Imagine playing with that mask on. He did it in the qualifiers, and it's just a remarkable thing to be able to do. Your vision would go, your breathing would go.
I wore gloves in the day, so that was enough for me. Rob Vickerman. South Africa still 0-0 in this game. First pool clash. Pretorius goes back to collect. Brown.
Yeah,
Davids just using it along the chain. Penalty.
Offside.
Offside play.
Wide.
South Africa will take it upfield.
Offside, up early.
Oh, tough on that. Have to be back 10
Marks up
metres.
here on the 10.
You'd think they get away with a few inches maybe. Just trying to close down this pretty frightening machine when it gets going. This box, what a remarkable year they've had. Use that word again, but it really is. They won 24 games they won initially, didn't they? Then had the really bizarre scenario where they lost that momentum completely.
Yeah, so strange. 4 golds in a row. They finished 13th in Los Angeles. A few points shy. 24-game win streak. 36 in total if you count the previous season. Pretorius again takes this time. He wants to take matters into his own hands. Does JC. Brown. Lovely step in midfield. Selvin Davids, just as we come to expect. He's electric. It's this young flyer, and he has the first points in Hong Kong for South Africa.
He certainly is electric, isn't he? Magic in the foot. It's the ability to step, change that direction, but keep the pace going so high. And the procession of Colby, Speckman, these wonderful players. I mentioned Curtly Adenso, another one this weekend, will be doing his thing. All of these players have an incredible ability to impress on a sevens field.
Well, this try here equals the record set by Paul True, the former South African sevens player and coach from back in the day. 70 tries for Selvin Davids. Brown adds the extra 7-0 in the first half with the final play to go before the half-time break. Try scorer himself, Davids, the huge left boot, as Pretorius ranging down on this one, but it's collected by Uruguay as they bundle into touch. It's the half-time whistle here in this Pool B game on day one of the Hong Kong Sevens, and South Africa have a slender lead against Uruguay. They're up by 7 points to nothing. Well, a good, strong first half, you could say, by Uruguay. Really just one line break from the South Africans.
They're brilliant. God, I mean, the Uruguayan team would be buoyed with enthusiasm after that first half. They were abrasive, they got stuck into the South Africans. And even with them having a bit of possession, only got that one line break and score at the end of the first half, which was actually an extra time. So really commendable effort. Uruguay, having seen them, they really do get stuck in. The things that aren't necessarily down to talent, they do really well in. Whereas this South African team, they're blessed with some wonderful individual ability.
The new coaches there getting instruction. They've been in the system before, but they've been with the academy program as well.
Both players know their system well. Big shoes to fill though. Neil Powell did wonders. You mentioned Paul True as well before. He's the one that really started that movement, the catalyst for them all being professional back in 2009. And consistent success throughout. They've never ever been too far away. One of the hardest teams to play on the 7 Series. And the strength and depth is the thing that makes them so exceptional. And that man talking, another one.
It's the 20th time we're here for the Cathay Pacific HSBC Hong Kong Sevens on the series. And South Africa leads 7-0 against Uruguay. Matches still to come in the Superstition. New Zealand against Samoa. Doesn't get tastier than that in Pool A. That should be a bruising encounter. And then the hosts Hong Kong take on Australia to close things out in Pool A of day one. The former just one game on the Friday for each side. 8 in total. South Africa, second on the series last year. Champions on the series in 2009, 2017, 2018 and 2021 under Neil Powell. Second half, blitzbox kicking off from left to right. It's a low driving kick. Comes away here of Matteo Vinales, does well for Uruguay. Steps backwards though. The man with a face mask takes on a couple of players. James McCubbin is with him. World Rugby under-20 player for his country. Short ball, but a dummy there from Guillermo Lichtenstein. Man they call Tito, that works in physiotherapy clinic in prisons and schools.
Off feet.
Look forward to hearing the nicknames progress for Uruguay throughout the year, Dallin. Certainly got the Phantom, that's obvious.
You know they're coming, Rob. It's the fun and we expect in the series.
And now we can do it with numbers as well.
That's true. A lot of innovations happening here.
Hold
Unique numbers players can choose between 1 and 99. That's their series number. Uruguay to feed this line out. A nice little loop there from Lichtenstein. It's a flat ball and a good line, but he's left it behind. Ronald Brown looking at counter-attack. He stabs a kick over the top for himself. Does Brown. Awkward bounce comes down to Brown. Magic little play in the end, fortuitous for South Africa. Penalty comes their way. Christy Grobbelaar, the 22-year-old out of Droste High School, goes quickly to Davids, shifts it away beautifully. Shilton van Wyk runs into the far side. And finally South Africa unlock the D and get their second score.
And that's the difference of intensity in this game we've witnessed so far. Uruguay, they went hard and straight, the restart, spilled the ball. And this is where South Africa will really punish you. Bit of a decision on the end, understandably McCubbin trying to get in the way of the passing line of Van Wyk. He's got the wheels to benefit from David's pass. The skip step, we see it so many times with these wonderful playmakers. You can't stop it. That bounce gets them on the outside. The ball is freed up, and then it's all about the wheels.
Conversion is over as well. 14-0 South Africa lead. Shilton van Wyk, first time we saw him was in Dubai this year. The team DJ. I wonder if he plays as good a tunes as we hear it out of Hong Kong. Getting the party started for the first time.